Hello, everybody. What is going on this morning? T-Slayer, how you doing? We're going to jump in and we're going to be assembling more minis today. So, that's what we're doing. I have here the Mark II Centurion. So plan is to assemble this guy today. I have some extra parts for him, so hoping to be able to make him look nice and cool. Let's see. Shoulders are a little weird. Okay. Plan is to put him together relatively similar to how the instructions state, with just a few change-ups. Today off, nice. Congrats. We got the instructions. Instructions are pretty short. Honestly, it's just the one page. So that's all we're doing. But we're going to change up a couple things. So I don't think I'm going to do the banner on his back. That seems a little bit extra to me. I have some parts I'm going to put on, some extra parts. We are going to put on the cape, which I've heard is quite difficult. One of the annoying things about the cape, which might lead me to put on different shoulder pads, is if you look at hey, Alfarius, welcome in. So if you look at this piece of cape right here, it has indents on it, and that is the that's the mace that he comes with, the power mole right here. Sorry, right there. That piece goes right here. So if I were to put another weapon on and have the cape on, it might not, most likely will not line up with this and wouldn't look right. So that is an issue. However, if we leave the cape off, we need to put some different shoulder pads, seeing as these have weird indentations and missing bits, because that's where the cape is supposed to cover. So unfortunately, this mini is much more monopose than I was hoping. It looked like it would be pretty easy to adjust, but oh, it's King Napper. Okay, welcome in. But we're gonna go ahead, we'll get started. We're gonna try to see what we can do with this mini, and yeah, just go from there. So we need pieces 1, 2, and 3 to start. We are using our nice new Foxbite clippers here. We'll get out my spare parts bin here in a minute. Yeah, how was everybody's Tuesday? I'm not a huge fan of the chainmail hanging on the armor either, but it's Mark II, so I guess we let it slide. These points here for the time being. We'll keep it relatively intact until we figure out where we need to start cutting. More spacemen from James' workshop. Yes. That is correct. Okay, and this piece here goes right there. Yeah, it's interesting. So one of the things they did, this is your like neck insert piece, and you see it's flat with just like a little, like a square peg there. If you just put this on, it looks a little strange. But it's almost like they made it to where it's more difficult to put separate heads on. So I'm still not sure if we're using, I think we might just use the regular head on this one. I do have a second one of these. Hey, Wandering Pig, good morning or good afternoon to you. So the other one I think we might mess with more. I think this one will keep relatively intact with how he is, and then we'll be able to adjust the other one when we have more of an idea of how all these kits go together. Okay, that torso piece together. Yeah, I have a lot of printed pieces. I'm going to be making adjustments on these minis, turn them more into 1,000 Suns, more interesting things. So I'm excited about that. I need 4 and 5, and then 6, 7, 8. Okay. So what's this? That's 4. Oh, weird place for that gate to be. All right. Those two will go down here. It's number 6. It's number 7 and 8. I wanted to stream yesterday, and my day ended up being so crazy that I didn't have the time. That's how Mondays end up being anymore anyway, but from holiday? Two box of 30k minis. Oh, you have the set? Is that so? So far, I've only assembled the turret and I cut out the tokens. That's the only bit I've done with these. I had in my mind before this set came out, I was like, man, I'm gonna have this whole thing assembled by the end of the weekend, and then I'll start painting stuff, and maybe I'll have a stream this week where I'm painting something. There's no way. Absolutely no way. I literally have one mini assembled from the set. Not for lack of desire. I have been wanting to do this, but life gets in the way. Half an age darkness. Oh, sweet. Okay. It's alright, Wandering Pig. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Goes right there. That goes right there. Okay, we have that leg. Have a like a rest of the owl situation going on here. Step 3 is just like put the rest of the mini together. That's funny, except for the cape. Okay. We have his legs together. Now, here is what we have to start deciding. He's got leg plates. He has the combi bolter. I like the combi bolter, so I might stick with that. I'm going to get some of these other pieces out. I probably could do some extra things, but again, I think I'm going to stick with this mini. So I have all these pieces. This is a hand throwing magic here. We got a force stave that I printed. We got a forced lance or spear here, a glaive looking thing. I have a forced maul, like a mace, that is quite similar to the one in this box. It's a little smaller, but I have a hand that's throwing out skulls that are on fire. It's a pretty cool look. I have some back crests here. Which look like they may not fit. Oh, that might fit. Yeah, we might just have to adjust a little bit, but we can probably make that fit. We have a couple different ones. I have this cool one I like. It's a hand holding a book. The book has some like flames coming out of it, and I really like this one, so I might try to find a use for this. Got all kinds of stuff like this. I got more flame hands coming up. We got different weapons. This one's pretty cool. This is a hand like throwing like a magical sword. So you see the hand here, and then there's like the fire sword coming out, which is, to me, is really cool. That's a cool one that might get
First
used.
of all, let me take just a moment.
Hey,
to
King
thank you
Napper.
for allowing
Hey,
me
thank you
back
for the
into your
follow.
home.
King Napper 8, welcome. I haven't played 3.0 yet, so disclaimer on that. Take my opinions with a grain of salt. But I really like what I see, and I think it seems like the more people play, the more people like it. So, also, Mydraw, welcome in. Yeah, we might just have some. Do these fit into here? That's just kind of its own thing, isn't it? Giving me some bonus height. Maybe it is. The game as well. Went through the books yesterday. You're looking forward to it. Yeah. General consensus is it is a better and more well-written game than 2.0. So we'll see. I haven't been able to schedule a game or get a game in yet. I have been literally like way too busy to attempt anything like that. So, well, that's been unfortunate. I've been following the rules leaks and reading the rules, and as a Thousand Suns player, like, my Legion's eaten well, so I'm not concerned in that sense. I love the Solar Auxilia rules. The Mechanicum rules seem like they'll be really good. Like, there's some really good stuff. I think the traders got the better end of the rules writing for the Marines, and I think the Mortal armies got the better rules writing, period. Like, better than any Marine. Like, the Solar Aux rules look incredible. The Mechanicum rules look insane. Like, just ridiculously convoluted, as they always are, and complicated. So, my big thing that I'm waiting for right now, aside from like the legacy PDF that everybody's waiting for, my big thing is an army builder app. And I have the beta for New Recruit, because they put out like a beta of what they're working on. It's very incomplete, and it's very much like just filling in the gaps, and it's hard to like visualize a list with the list builder right now with New Recruit at the moment. So yeah, because one of my favorite things to do is just sit around and make lists. Like, that's fun to me. And it kind of sucks not being able to do that. I feel a little hampered. Let's get I think I need the leg armor pieces. Piece number 10 and 11 first before I put these arms on. So let's do 11 there. really happy with how Thousand Suns are shaping up to be. Tons of list building options for Thousand Suns. Got a new unit to mess with, which I like. I don't know if I love like how it works in the game, but I like it. And it's cool and something different. I'm really hoping like really hoping the list building from the legacies, like I hope I get lots of like cool stuff out of the legacies. You know, it said Thousand Suns are getting equipment options. I hope that's more like Achaean weapons and stuff like that. But you know, time will tell. Yeah, traders definitely have the better rules, which is a flip from 2.0, where the loyalists definitely got all the good rules. Yeah, the traders were definitely left in the dirt in 2nd edition. Ooh, that goes right there. Okay, okay, had that in a weird angle. There we go. All right, that's better. And the weapon skill 5, you can take Thunderhammers, and they're still line 1. Which Terminators are those? Is that, Lernaeans or whatever? Weren't they weapon skill 4? Alpha Legion guys. What goes back? You know, that's pretty crummy. This arm has a big cut out of it that I presume is for the cloak to go on. Considering it's all the way back there. Yeah, okay. So I'm learning a lot. I think this guy, I think we'll put the cloak on him. I think the next one we do, I'm going to do no cloak, and I think I'm going to swap out both arms. And we'll try to do a lot of extra things on them. Helgrat, welcome in. Yeah, they were weapon skill 4. Yeah, Alpha Legion are really good. That 2-inch, like counting as 2 inches further away rule is going to be so brutal for melee armies. Like it already was in 2.0. Like it was really good. But that 2-inch further for charges, when you literally are getting like a max 7-inch charge, it's so crazy. Such a crazy. Lurking, heading to bed. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay. I'm not going to do we'll do the cape before the weapon, so that'll help us figure out where exactly everything's going. We got that step done. Let's get the backpack and the shoulders. I'm not going to glue the backpack on yet because I know that the cape is going to be kind of wonky. This piece number 19 is going to go over here. Yeah, Alpha Legion's rule, it's very thematic. It gets very annoying. If you built anything else, yeah, I built the turret, so I can show you the turret real quick. I just have it sitting down here. This is the turret. Big old chunky defensive gun here. Yeah, it's cool. I ended up gluing these pieces in. Yeah, it's really cool. I kind of want to use this. I want to find a way to use this in the game. I think if you cut out some specific pieces, I think you can get this gun to face up. But I also don't think it has Anti-aircraft. I might have an like Skyfire rule. I don't remember, but yeah, I had a conversation with a guy in my local group that assembled his Saturnine Dreadnought. He was telling me about it. And I have some kind of extreme posing I'm going to do with mine. So he gave me heads up on like you have to cut out certain. There's like little stoppers in the in each toe and in the like the knee joints and stuff. It does have Skyfire. Okay, see, that's kind of frustrating because it doesn't point up. But I think you have to cut a little notch out of it, and then you can make it point up. So it's similar to the Dreadnought, where it comes with a standard posing, but then with some extra hobby effort, you get it to do exactly what you want. So I don't mind that. I don't mind that so much. It kind of reduces that like. I don't know that the difficulty for a lot of people, and like if you want to go all out, which most people that are going to be, you know, like really into are going to want to like do some different things with the different models they have. So you know, they'll figure it out pretty quick. Okay, that looks correct. Welcome in, Judge Dave. Yeah, is it just 48-inch range? I know the tarantulas are 48-inch range as well, so. Okay, let's add a couple things here. So, I had a 3D print. I was printing some stuff, and a couple bolters I had to cure, and I think my curing machine just died. So the light won't turn on. I've unplugged it, plugged it back in several times, and it's just turned off, and that's it. So I don't want to buy a new one, but it sucks. Can I have your spare one? You got a spare one? Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I know. I was like, I have a print going right now that's gonna be for it's like a lot of shoulder pads, and for my Saturnine Praetor, I have cool pieces. So yeah, I just the set is just gonna go real slow. The sun, that's true. Yeah, it's been raining a lot here. I don't know if the sun will be a viable option. And it might just be like a short in it too, so, you know, maybe I need to just go through and mess with it a little bit. When you want to collect, I'll fly over, Judge Dave, this weekend and grab it. Talk rules to you? What do you want to know? I think overall the game seems a lot better with this edition than it did in second. As much as I liked second edition, I loved second edition. You know, and second edition I think was a lot of nostalgia. I think it relied a lot on that, which is fine. I don't mind that. But I think just overall as a game, I think third edition it looks better. Not saying it is better, because I haven't actually played a game yet, but it looks better. The one LED, it's causing the whole strip. Yeah. The thing is, it has 2 LED strips in it, so yeah, I think it might be worth a little bit of time to mess around with. One thing I'm doing, I'm cutting off this. I'm not putting the banner on this guy, because I think that having a giant banner on his back is really lame. Part 10, strength 7, AP4, damage 2, special rules, rapid tracking, and Skyfire. Oh, okay, man, that's good. so it can intercept react on its big guns, which is important. See, I really don't like backpack banners. I've never been a fan. Even with this new set, I'm gonna make a bunch of Marines with like the special equipment, like the augury scanners and the Nuncio Voxes and stuff. But it's so hard for me to want to put a like the Vexillas on the backs of the Marines. Just something about that, I don't know, just rubs me the wrong way, I guess. Yeah, thank you, Yoshi, for the advice. Yeah, it'll be something after stream. I was a little frustrated about that, because I don't want to spend more money on that. Shave the Dark Angel symbols off? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tuvon? How you guys doing? Happy Tuesday, everybody. So, alright. That backpack. Right there. I do like this backpack, though. It's a cool backpack. Just like fits in there fine. Yeah, Nuncio Voxes are going to be super important in 3rd edition. Yeah, Nuncio Voxes are the way, and I need the Nuncio Voxes. I don't mind the Nuncio Voxes. Does that go... It goes partially over the backpack? Is that right? Yeah, no capes. I know. I have a second one. I'm gonna put I'm gonna remove the cape. But the cape is the cape is a unique thing. I need extra shoulder pads, I need a different arm. Yeah, I need lots of different things. So I've heard this is a pain, and you have to kind of do this like this song and dance of over under. Yeah, so this is a very difficult part. Yeah, so what it looks like, this backpack goes under the cape. But when you go to put this cape on, it won't go around the backpack. Yeah, it is a huge pain, and I've been reading about this being a pain. So I have been somewhat preparing myself. I'm just trying to dry fit it right now. You know what would be better? A better idea? If I could glue this in here first. Doesn't it doesn't want to like it. Oh, that's crazy. Does that fit right there? Okay. All right, so that fit right there. So I assume if I glue that together, then I put that, there you go, guys. You're learning things from the painting dad. Glue the backpack to the cape, then glue the whole assembly on the shoulders, and then we'll see how much I get wrong here in a minute. But that is the way to go. I like capes. Yeah, the capes are pretty cool, and I can make good like fancy capes with my 1,000 Suns. So I really don't mind it. Okay. Next, we need these the little cape pieces. 22 is the left shoulder. 25 is the right shoulder. What's the glue? Is it better than Tamiya Thin? So the glue I'm using is Tamiya Limonene. Uh, this is to me a limiting. You can't buy it in the US. So I'm sorry. I think I bought the last of it in the US. If you can find it, it's nice. It smells better. It doesn't make my lungs hurt and, you know, give me weird, like, pneumonia-like symptoms after I use it for too long. So, but yeah, there is, yeah, the limiting stuff is nice. Tamiya is very good. It's just, man, that stuff kills you after a while, right? Okay, we'll put that there. A nice gap right there. That's cool. Real cool. Yeah, this limiting stuff works just as well as the extra thin. It's just a little thicker. It's a little more like a gel consistency, and that's there's advantages and disadvantages. The extra thin is great. You know, it just goes on so like easy, but this is really good, especially for bigger models, because it stays like it stays in its gel consistency longer. It doesn't just dry out immediately. All right, now some things we got to look at here. I need to look at these. Let's take a look at some of these pieces here. We have a nice staff. Let me get the staff with the proper hand here. Do some weapon testing with this cape, or we might end up just green stuffing this cape. Really rough job real quick. I have to take breaks. Yeah, you need to make sure you got plenty of ventilation. You gotta do all the things, the proper things. Okay, so that doesn't come up high enough to cover that big gap right there. I would need to do something like that, and that's close. But then that's coming down really far. With the mace, there's that. Man, that mace looks cool though. See, that one's the right angle, it's just not long enough. Let me try one of these lances here. That lance works about perfect. The problem with the lance is it sticks down below his feet. You see how low that goes? Like, there's no way you could actually use that. Does this Ahriman looking staff work? The problem with the Ahriman looking staff, so it's getting the angle right, and I like that. It's just the problem of okay, so that one might work. Little supports in there, but I do like this staff. We're gonna keep that to the side. Our other option for this is too thin. Yeah. The other options are this mace, and I like this mace, and I like the idea of having the dude with the mace. Just we'll have to sculpt some in the cape a little bit, which we can do. Hey Keeler, welcome. Greetings from Ohio. Gambits. Okay, so I like the gambits a lot. I've heard the challenge system's really good. I also have the advantage of playing Thousand Suns, who have access to some super good gambits between like psychic powers and just their gambit in general pretty much guarantees you win the focus roll or whatever. But yeah, the challenges in general seem like a lot of fun, so I'm a big fan. Yeah, they don't end or until someone withdraws, so you can choose to end a challenge, but it's like at the end of the you still have to play through a round and survive, and then you get to end the challenge. But yeah, you just keep fighting until someone's dead. So it feels really important. And it also stops characters from getting stuck in one combat for the rest of the game. Yeah, there's a gambit that's called withdrawal, and it allows you to step away. Second one we do here. The second Centurion we do is going to have a lot more change up on. This dude can't look straight ahead. Like, physically can't. Yeah, from anyone who's played it, Tuvon, it's been almost nothing but positive. So it's, people are mad about specific things, which is fine. They're mad about options um, and different like specific rules, and that's okay to be upset about that stuff. But as far as the people actually playing the game, as far as that goes, like, people seem to really be enjoying it and think that overall it is a better system than second edition. Okay, this thing will fit. It'll fit right there. The problem is his crest, I feel like, blocks everything. The terrain rules seem pretty bad. That's probably my biggest complaint. Yeah, it was model removals and like option removals on certain minis that were a big deal. So Yoshi, no, it's a lot different than the challenges from Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Yeah, they're way more in depth in Heresy. Right, you can hide your las cannons. Yeah, yep. Unless they have artillery. If they have artillery, then too bad. You're not hiding anything. I think this might be good enough to go right here. Maybe we opt for the slightly taller version, but I don't think I want that helmet if I'm doing that. But then let's find a helmet. Don't tell people about artillery. Yeah. I have a whole box of helmets here. And I want a helmet with a good tuning fork on it. Let's see if we got something good here. One's a little basic looking. Give that poor guy plumes. We'd have to trim out a lot because of how we were able to do that. Might be much more Thousand Suns coated. Other helmet options here. I have more helmets printing out. Just yeah, that might be a good one too. That one's almost like a small head crest, but part of the helmet. Yeah, let's try that. I have lots of stuff. So I have boarding shields printed. I might try some boarding shields on minis. If you disagree with people who run my favorite podcasts on YouTube, they hate the challenge cards in 40k. Because the game isn't so skewed if you get a bad matchup. Oh, is that like the new mission stuff in 40k? I haven't even looked at the new mission stuff in 40k. Yeah, I'm excited to see your world leaders. Yeah, I like this crest one. We're gonna try to mess with this helmet here. And what I need to do though, I need to shave down. We're being careful. teleports off of here. The jetpacks and shields are, that's such a good combo. Oh, the Mark IIs look so good too. The Mark II, like the round shields that they have, and those minis just look so mean. Everything about them is just so brutal, which is great. Challenge card is a free strat or way to score 3 primary. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, people are always gonna have their preferences with mission types and stuff. Yeah, I'm still, I think I'm still just maintaining, like, I am about 85% positive on 3rd edition 30k. And about 15% of stuff I would change. And a lot of stuff I am not a fan of are things that I would be happy to... I gotta get that guy. I'd be happy just to house rule and change up via house rule. That is not an issue with me. Of, like, you know, someone doesn't like 4 turns, I would just play 5 turns with somebody. I don't care. Most games are over by turn 4, but I don't mind playing a 5th turn or a 6th turn or whatever. I don't care about that. The terrain rules, we don't like the terrain rules. We're just gonna change them up. You know, like line of sight 6 inches, or you know, we separate out the cover save with the line of sight system. Make those 2 separate things, so there's some more like variety and like granularity in the actual like terrain rules. Just different stuff like that. If someone's character someone likes can't take a jump pack, like, pay the 20 points and get the jump pack. Okay. This nice Thousand Suns helmet. Card with a jump pack. Not special characters. Yeah, it's the internet. Yep. That's why we house rule. That's why we're cool with our opponent. That's why we communicate with people, right? But that's mean. I mean, if you want Karn in a jump pack, that's fine. Just means he can't go in a Land Raider. Or can they? I don't remember. Solar Ox are going to be... Oh, they're going to be so good. They're going to be so fun, too. The Malgador and Furnace is... just seems like an absolute beast. Probably the most fun tank in the game, on top of being the coolest looking tank in the game. As it always was. So this crest was made for Mark VI, but I'm hoping with the... gap filling super glue here sits pretty well. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, we'll mess with it a little bit, but we got a crest on him, so he's got more Thousand Suns goodness. And then let's mess with his base. There's also a place that's on his weapon, and right there. Weird. His weapon has a hole on it, and if you don't put the servo skull on the weapon, then you miss out on. You have to like deal with that, which is kind of lame. Let's see how this. Tactical rock look. Knights look interesting. Yeah, the Titans look really cool. I haven't read too much of the Liber Questoris book, but it seems a lot more engaging, and the Knights actually seem pretty decent. So, I hope Knight fans are happy that their army isn't complete and utter garbage. I believe that just goes right there. We're gonna test this out real quick. It's kind of sketchy if that works. That one is much better. And I think we just need to do a little bit of gap filling behind the mace. But I think we just use 1,000 Suns mace is what we do. And we'll have some extra bits. So we'll keep him with the mace. We'll adjust. We're going to completely change up the next one of these that we assemble. Like skulls. Yeah, anyone interested in the new chapter Combat Patrol boxes? Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. The ones they announced the summer previews that you're talking about, those are some of the worst Combat Patrols I've ever seen. I'm gonna be real honest. It's just they're just getting rid of like minis that never sell. Yeah. You know, they put the Mario Kart and the Salamanders one that just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they did that. They put the Impulsor and the White Scars one, which the White Scars one is thematically, you know, kind of makes sense. But like, you know, people hate Impulsors in general, I think, and then putting one in there is just kind of like a cop out. And they put Outriders in there, I think, like, which is another just like really bad kit. The Iron Hands one is just an embarrassment. Like, double turret is wild to me that they put the double turret in there. Like, to me, those sets have among the worst minis from the Space Marine line in those sets. The one that I think is the best is the Imperial Fist one. And the reason I think it's the best, not because like rules or anything, I think it's the best because you look at that set and you see the start of an army. Like, it is very basic. It is a very basic start to an army, but that's also what I feel like a Combat Patrol should be. You know, and I understand like them making different ones with different themes and yada yada yada. But yeah, we watched that. We watched that stream together, and I remember just like laughing pretty hard while we were watching those, seeing those sets previewed. Okay. Yeah, and when this dries, we're gonna green stuff back here. I think we'll fill in that cape. That's what we'll do. But the next guy, we're going to replace his shoulders. We need to replace this arm, and we did not do the cape on him. And then we'll replace this arm as well. So we'll be doing a lot on that specific mini to change him up. But we're giving this guy a little bit of our own flavor here. Yeah, it's weird that the White Scars one's the only one that actually comes with the character. Yeah, I also thought that was a bit strange. Okay, piece number 18, right here. And there's some dangly chest bits here that need to go on, but we might put our own on because I have a couple of them. They get Adrax. They don't even get their new character. They get an old character, which is crazy. Yeah, all of them are just overstock. Yeah. I completely agree. It'll look good. Okay, that fits in well. We got a couple of nice different pieces here. Still going on there. The thing about him, let's see, we have a base. How can he stand up It's not an angle, which is an issue. That one's an angle. That's a pretty good angle. Not a bad one. Two of the big guns on eBay for silly cheap prices. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Officer Hat, welcome in. How are you doing? That'd be a good one. See if there's a good base that matches these minis. I think it just might be the that one's pretty good as well. And alternatively, this piece sitting on a base probably won't work out quite as well either. Yeah, it has been a while. Less than $30 for two of them. That's yeah, it's legit. It's good. It's weird because his foot's hanging off there anyway. So if we can make it foot's just hanging off. That's nah. We can do without this. We do without this piece. It's fine. We got plenty. I got like 50 pre-painted bases here that I've painted up. For the dangly chest bits, let's see. We got some actual like Thousand Suns little rune pieces here. Let's see, where's the other one? There's the other one. These on my character. Had a little bit of that like sorcerer look. Yeah, that'll be cool. We'll trim these down. Yeah, how you been? How you been, Officer Hat? Pretty good. That's good. That's good. I really do like the turret, Judge Dave. The turret is really cool. Part of me wants to try to find a like a viable, like not 100% meme and garbage strategy of using turrets. I think tarantulas will be really good for that, especially with how cheap they are. Yeah, because the way tarantulas work, like they can just stop movement. You deploy them in the in no man's land, and things can't move over them until they're destroyed. And so you can stick them out there. If the enemy moves close to them, you get free shots on them, because the way they shoot is a reaction. But for like 40 points as a as like a big movement blocker, like early in the game, is really good. Okay. Get this guy. sure this is where we want it. Okay, you can both sit at that angle. That's cool. Learning 3D, oh nice. How's that been going? Is it difficult to learn? Have you been figuring it out pretty well? Still learning. Okay, okay. Let's move that down a little bit. There. I think that conforms a little better. Necessarily like that angle, but I think it's fine having the variety of angles there. Okay. A little bit of green stuff around this mini, but I think it'll be good. We need green stuff up here on these gaps on the shoulders. We need green stuff back here on the cape. I think underneath this this crest right here, there's a gap in there, and we'll see what else. But that's kind of our we got our first Centurion here. All right, Tuvon, you have a good one, man. Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you coming in and chatting. Always good to see you. Cultured American, welcome in. All right, let's set him to the side. Some of these pieces over here. Little one's getting fussy. No problem. No problem. Okay. So, we'll put this sprue down there. Sprue. 1 second though, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, we've been talking about 3.0. Yeah. I've had a couple rants. I had a little rant on Sunday night streaming, and we've just been talking about rules and stuff, so. Prey Tour, I have a really cool idea for the Saturnine Prey Tour, guys. Just wait, it's coming. Okay. Get this sprue out. We're gonna assemble some basic tacticals. And you just get 8 sprues of 5 here. That's all you get, because they're all just, there's only 5 poses. You can interchange all the weapons on them, so they're all different. They're variety enough. Mechanicum list building has always confused me as well, so that is absolutely nothing new. All right, let's just start clipping pieces. So 1 and 2, and then we need 3 and 4. These are not laid out as well as the Mark 6 sprue. 3, 4. We'll do 5, 6, 7. Okay. Five, 6, and 7. Okay. Let's go to the other bolter. Let's just do a similar thing. We won't do 5, 6, and 7 on this mini though. Two. 4, here's 3. And no 5, 6, or 7. We can do 14, 15, 16. Let's do that. There's 16. And 15, okay. Alright, next. This is Space Marines, so Legionis Astartes. These are for my Thousand Sons. Let's do 10, 11. We're just clipping out Tactical Marines right now. 12 and 13, as makes sense. There's 13. I'll do these guys like 10 at a time. I have 50 of these, so I have plans. 15 of them are going to be breachers. 12, 13. Okay, then 14, 15, 16 on this guy. So there's 16. Okay, and this next one, 10 through 13, right? We'll switch his weapon up and we'll do the next weapon, which is 22, 23, 24. 22, 23. And 24. Okay. Back to here, 18, 19. Yeah, a lot of minis in this box. We are just scratching through. I have 2 minis assembled so far out of this box. There's 20. Where's 21? There's 21. Okay. And then 22 through 24. Yeah, then I have more than that. It's there are 40 tacticals, 6 Saturnine Terminators. There's a Saturnine Dreadnought. There's the Praetor, the Centurion, and the turret. I have the turret and the Centurion assembled so far. So these 40 minis plus the 7, 8, so 48 minis left. Over, let's go 30, 31, 32. There's 31. There's 30. There's 32. Okay, now we move on to the next. It's 26, 27. Yeah, these Mark IIs are going to take a lot longer to paint than the Mark VIs that I had before, so it's unfortunate. 29 and 28. That's 29, okay. Just because of the amount of angles, like the edge highlighting on like the leg plates and everything, that'll take lots of time. Okay, 30 through 32. Sprue. I'm gonna be really systematic with this. 6. Okay, 26 through 29. So where's 20? There's 27, and we got 29. We'll just need 28, which is right over there. Okay, and the gun will be 38, 39, 40. You memorized the book yet? No, by no means. There's gonna be a lot. I've been trying to read the rules. I've been trying to read up. I am in one of my local stores. Also, between two of my local stores, we're going to be doing almost like a book club in one of them, going through the rules. And then the other one, in about a month, we're going to do a learning day. So we're gonna set out minis with two sides. We're gonna make a little scenario, and it's gonna be like a learning game for people. Try to get like rules, like concise rules together and everything so people can get like a feel for the game in like a small scale, like a learning environment. 36, 37. What's up, Zen? How you doing, man? Okay, and this is 38, 39, 40. That is a really good piece. Yeah, okay. We might do that second Centurion today. That might just happen. Raja, welcome. Printing one of those kits that came with my printer. Standard piano music box that plays something. Yeah. Nice. Does it work? 5, 6, 7. So all of these minis are different. Everything else I think is just generic pieces that split between them. Yeah, all the backpacks are the same part number, except for one is different, but I think it goes on the same way. I don't know how it's different. Oh, it has the nub at the top if you want to put a Vexilla on it. So that's how that's different. But let's get these together. It works. It came with music box and screws. You print the piano housing. Weird. Okay. Huh. That's cool, though. Hey, Greenleaf, what's going on? How you doing? You'll be back? Okay. Well, we'll see you in a little bit. My son is at a soccer camp right now. And he is running all day, I'm pretty sure. So wear the kid out. I think he likes it though. It's at a really nice park too. It's kind of a drive from us, but he's never done anything like this. I will accept Wandering Picked. I'll accept being viewed as a Primarch. I was hoping for the PDF today, the Legacy stuff. Instead, they're showing us more YouTubers painting Saturnine stuff. How's the grandparents' week? It was fantastic. Yeah, all the kids had such a blast. It was all Survivor themed, so we went down there the last day to pick up the kids, and brought 3 of them home. Yeah, many tears were shed with it being the last night and going home afterwards. The kids did not want it to end, and they were trying to find a way to stay an extra few days or an extra week or whatever. Yep, dropped 1 kid off, came home with 3. Yeah. Yeah, we brought my my older brother's kids home, and because they live fairly close to us. Well, we had the car ride home with the kids, with the 3 of them, and they were honestly like fantastic. My wife and I were talking about it later, and we were like, I don't think we could have asked for like a better drive home with the kids. They all get along super well. It was just basically whoever was in the passenger seat between me and my wife. We were trading off driving home. Whoever's in the passenger seat, it was like a full-time job just passing the kids snacks. That's basically what it was. So otherwise, they're fantastic. They napped in the car for a while, and then they were up. They were playing video games in the car. They were just chilling, having fun. So it was a great trip home. And when I got home, I immediately we stopped at our house, and then I dropped my wife and son off, and then immediately took the other two kids home because they live further north. So I spent another hour in my car after all that. I was so tired and hungry. But I stopped on the way home because my local game store is between our two houses. I stopped on the way home and picked up my Saturnine pre-orders. And then I feel like I've barely touched this set because I've been so exhausted or busy between these past few days. Yeah. No, the two nieces that rode with us, fantastic. They were incredible. So yeah, it was great though. We did we got down to my parents Friday evening or Friday afternoon, and last time I went down to my parents was back in May. Just me and my son. We went down, and my dad has like he built like a barn on his property, and he made like a little like weight room in his barn. I was like, this would be great. I'm gonna go down for the weekend. I'll make sure I work out. It'll be good to lift some weights after I've been driving in the car all day. And from everything going on leading up to going down to my parents in May, my body was like destroyed. Like I pulled a muscle in my neck and wasn't able to rest, and like it was just all horrible. And so I didn't work out at all, and I felt bad. But when I got down to their house this past Friday, I made it a point to lift weights as soon as I got there. I was like, I'm feeling good enough. I'm gonna get my home gym on, and it was nice. But it was just good overall, just hanging out with my parents, seeing my parents. And I was on the road for, I think it was 18 hours in a 36-hour period, so it was a lot of driving. And on top of all of that, we didn't drive my car. So my car has it's smaller, but it has like nicer like technology stuff. So it's a Honda, so it has like it's a newer Honda. It has like the Honda sensing, and it has like the adaptive cruise control. It's so easy to drive on road trips. And my wife's car does not have those things. But we had to take her car because we needed the space, because she has a little SUV. So we had to drive her car, and I was kind of miserable driving her car the whole way. Because you have to like pay attention more and everything. You actually have to keep your car in the lane and stuff, and focus and all that. Okay, got torsos. Let's get the legs trimmed up. It was miserable. It's exhausting doing that for like 8 hours straight. I'll drive. I'll do an 8-hour drive in my car, and I'll feel fantastic by the end of it. I have no issues. I have no trouble like focusing on things through the drive, and it's super easy. Yeah, you don't realize like how much a road trip like wears you out until you have to start, completely paying attention again. I consider myself a safe driver, and I do pay attention when I drive, but it's nice to like be able to rest my foot on I don't trust cruise control usually, because I don't want like someone to brake in front of me and like it's an issue. But with the adaptive cruise control, it keeps you a certain distance behind people, which is really nice. So it'll speed up and slow down as people ahead of you are, which is really convenient. The Honda sensing and like the lane tracking is really nice, because just those like little things to kind of keep you in the lane, so you're not just like constantly adjusting or like trying to get yourself like where you need to be, which again, over the course of many hours can be pretty draining. Yeah, I like my car, dude. Give me a break. So Zen, I found some terrain STLs, but they're not like forest STLs. I've been looking here and there for like forest stuff, but um, I like look up terrain and find things, and I found some cool Prospero terrain, like a set. I was like, oh man, it's like a bunch of like structures, and there's two versions of it. There's like an intact version, and then there's a like ruin or like middle of the battlefield kind of version where like stuff is collapsing and everything. Yeah, and I think it looks cool. I was like, oh, I don't know if I need more just like city terrain. It doesn't quite have like the area terrain that I think I'd want. It has adaptive cruise control. Yeah, you don't like it. Yeah, my wife doesn't like it either. So I don't use a lot of those options when I'm just driving around town. Those to me are like road trip options. I do like the lane assist is nice. Just as like a convenience factor, but I never use cruise control unless I'm on like a long road trip. So, and even then it's like I might have it on through like a third of the road trip. It's not even like I don't like stubbornly stick to my cruise control. Because if traffic is slowing down in front of you and like people aren't going at a decent speed, it messes with it to where it's like, the car it'll just like gun it when it feels like it's it needs to speed up and everything, and it's kind of jarring. Last leg here. Okay. First thing, we need to glue that leg into there. We get these 10 assembled. I think I might do that other Centurion. I don't know. Maybe you should wait. I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm ready for self-driving cars. I think it's pretty nerve-wracking at first to like trust a 3,000, 4,000 pound car or whatever to drive itself and to do everything it needs to do. But I think when you realize that almost all car accidents are caused due to human error, I think it starts to like affect your perspective on whether or not we should have or should be doing the self-driving thing. Like, I understand I'm a safe driver. Like, that's fine. I've always been super boring, and I try to be as safe as possible, and like I think most people consider themselves safe drivers, but that doesn't mean I can trust other people on the road. So Yeah, as a cyclist, yeah, I can get that. Yeah. Airplane crashes that occur, and the autopilot fails, and the pilot takes over. Oh yeah, yeah. It's because user error is much more common than like a system failure, which it's still like it doesn't feel good when to think about like I have no control over whether my car decides to just malfunction or not, but you can eventually get enough safety protocols, and that's definitely like a we're not there yet, right? uh but to me it's the difference between um trusting myself to be a safe driver or trusting other people to be a safe driver. And I don't trust other people. I don't trust people on the road. Not that it's much easier to trust, corporation whoever to have my best interests in mind, but that's a whole other story. Cybersecurity side, yeah. One of my older brothers works in cybersecurity, and he has gone like full on conspiracy theory about everything. And I don't know if that's just the people that he surrounds himself with, or the kind of media he consumes, or if it's like someone hacking your car. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much of a like a realistic possibility that is. Yeah, I don't know if his stuff is really true. Cultured American, that's the thing. Um, so when we talk about like hacking and stuff like that, um, I think the past few years have been a good indicator of like what a realistic like cyber attack looks like when you deal with when you talk about like real world stuff. So between like Ukraine and Russia is a good example of realistic cyber warfare. Um, yeah, no, the stuff he says is not true. Like he makes up just crazy things. But anyway, I remember which like 2022 when that war started was all like I think a big eye opener for a lot of different reasons, and into like Russia's capabilities. But these two countries launch massive cyber attacks against each other, and they're like they put all this stuff into, especially Russia that has apparently a huge like cyber offensive operation and all this stuff, and like the most they could do was like shut down like banking websites and stuff. And not that that's not an important or big thing, but this isn't something like oh, they're hacking our aircraft and making them explode, or they're doing like crazy stuff like that, which I'm sure more and more things get connected to the internet. I'm sure there's more and more things that could happen, but um, I think we have seen a big capability of cyber attacks, like what's realistically capable, and it's not what people expect. You know, and part of that's probably just because Russia has over-exaggerated their abilities for a very long time, which would also be a big explanation to everything, but even my my cybersecurity crackpot theory older brother is going on about when this all started, like, no, like there's no way to defend against cyber attacks from Russia. They're gonna shut everything down in Ukraine. Like, this isn't gonna, you know, is gonna be a whole thing. There's no defending against it, and like there's just nothing. It was just like DDoS attacks on like banking infrastructure, and that's like the most they could do. What did I join to? What's going on, Quack Day? We're just talking about random things. Talking about self-driving cars and getting hacked. Yep, crackpot cyber attacks. That's what we're talking about. Okay, we're gonna trim these bolters up too before we glue them on here. So yeah, that was what we were talking about as to whether it's more scary to have a self-driving car or to be trusting other people to drive cars. So yeah, and that was my exact statement was, I trust myself to drive a car. I don't trust other people. And so in that sense, like, you know, whenever self-driving cars become a standard thing for all cars, I will feel much safer. But yeah, most car accidents, that almost every car accident that people experience are due to driver error, not to something in the car malfunctioning. Not to say that there's a higher chance of things malfunctioning when the car is doing more, but fact of the matter is it'll be a lot safer for everybody when cars just drive themselves. So, you know, I imagine a functionality in self-driving cars. If there's a malfunction that happens, you know, the car pulls itself over, right? Like, goes off to the side of the road, stops, you know, slows down at a reasonable speed, and like that's what happens. I don't think there's like a, you don't think anything's going wrong, and then the tires just explode on the car and it swerves and like crashes out. I don't think that'll be a thing. Cars overall, though, are way safer now than they even were like 10 years ago. So, you know, it's every few years cars get more and more safe for a multitude of different reasons. Hey, Heltron, what's going on? And Quacktape, how you doing, man? We're assembling our Saturnine box. I'm just working on some generic Marines I'm putting together real quick. I can't put shoulders on them yet because they are currently printing, and my cure station, I think, died on me, so it's great. You don't think it would avoid severe accidents if it could have insight? Okay. I don't see why not. I think, you know, the cars seem like well off enough at this point that even now they can detect when, you know, there's obstructions ahead and the car can slow itself down, and there's all kinds of stuff like that. Got a job interview. Nice. All right. Well, congrats on getting the interview and good luck. after a collision. What would be like the right moves? What are you saying would be? All right. Go. Everyone tends to, yeah, everybody does. Yeah. I got in a car accident a few years ago. Someone hit me head on, um, driving down the road, and I remember being like so discombobulated that like, you know, my son was in the car with me, and um, I remember like my first thought going through my head was like, all right, get my son out of his car seat. And so like I get out the front seat, like I try to reach back, I couldn't reach back, so I tried to get um, I got out of the car to like get into the back seat to get him out, and the car started. So I was going up a hill. The car started going down a hill because because I didn't put it in park, and like I started sliding down hills. Like, oh crap! And like I got out and like, you know, I put it in park, and then I got him out of his seat, and I remember we got out of the car, and some people came over to help, and like a minute later they're like, hey, your car is still on. I'm like, no way. I didn't realize my car was still on. Like I was, man, yeah, that was I was wild. I was so like shaken up. Like I doubt my ability to like do the right thing when I get in a car accident. Yeah, some lady was trying to pass a bunch of cars going under a viaduct. So I hit this person coming out from under like a train bridge that only has, you know, 2 lanes to begin with, and this person thought they could just swing around people real quick. It was crazy. You're passing like 10 cars on like a busy road. It's looking all right. It's looking pretty close. Yeah, I just want all cars to be self-driving. That's the goal. Go. Set you down. You. Guys have skulls on their belts. There. Something like that, yeah. Almost done with these guns. We'll do some backpacks, do some helmets. Realized need to cut the nub off that side. Okay, let's try this again. By the end of this, we'll have 10 uniquely posed minis. Based on how we separated out all the weapons and stuff, so it'll be really nice. Trim that nub off. Right. Here's I think I'm gonna take a nap. Yeah, not a bad idea. A nap sounds really nice. Cool. Okay. What we're gonna grab some bases. Gotta go. All right, Keeler, have a good one. Grab a bunch of temporary bases, and these are just for painting. It doesn't matter what they are. Make them small bases, and we just super glue 1 foot. Okay. We'll keep that bag out. And as a matter of fact, we'll get one of these out anyway, and we will we'll glue our Centurion onto that as well. So this was the Centurion that we assembled earlier. For some different Thousand Suns vibes. Got a little bit of green stuff work to do on him. We gave him our own mace, and it's got a nice crest, new helmet, a couple pieces we took out of it, so it's good. We're going to use our cheapo super glue for this because we don't want this to hold forever. We're going to set them up there. Just gluing 1 foot to each base. Ask you guys stop falling over. Be great. Okay. Temporary bases. All going on there. Okay, the next thing we can do backpacks. And we can do helmets. So let's get some helmets out. And we have a bunch of 3D printed helmets. I do want to use some of the basic helmets because I really like the actual helmets here. But we don't need the sergeant helmets, so let's see. 3, 4, 5. There's 5 basic helmets. That's cool, and the other 5 will do others. I got 2 out already. You. 3 and 4. Let's see. Get something different. We got you. 5. Okay. 10 helmets. Easy enough. I might jump on and stream a little bit tonight, guys. Just more miniature assembly. Printed some nice Mark II Thousand Suns helmets. I think they're called like Stygian pattern helmets. Found some other really nice Mark II helmets that have the little psychic things on them, little tuning forks. We're gonna mix all those up. I really wanted to use some of these actual Mark II helmets because they have the cool like single eye slit or whatever, which looks really cool. So all right, those are good. We're not using crappy glue, we're gonna use the good glue on this. Okay. Kids, now it's backpack time. Yeah, I could just, yeah, I think we're gonna do Centurion next. We have everything we need. Hey, what's going on, Greenleaf? I have not made a grilled cheese in a long time. My son doesn't really eat grilled cheeses, and my wife has a dairy allergy, so if there's grilled cheese in the house, then it's on me. I'll take a hot dog, yeah. Man, that does remind me I'm supposed to grill bratwurst tonight. I'm sure those are thawing. How are the how are all the paint projects going, Greenleaf? Do not like how inconveniently placed these little sprue gates are. Change range strength to just strength for a weapon? I think it's just them trying to make a clear distinction between what's a melee weapon and what's not. It's probably one of those things that them making that rule up front will prevent someone from asking a question down the line about some certain weapon. And I bet if there is a weapon out there that is a melee and ranged weapon, then they have further like granularity to separate out what it does in each of those particular phases. Yeah, ultimately, I don't know. I don't know. 99% of the game would have been just fine if they just kept strength on the weapon. But it seems very much like a rulebook that is focused on the 1% and trying to reduce the questions about interactions that come up with that like 1% of scenarios. Always catering to the 1%. Yeah, that's true. You know, like these rules writers, they had an interaction with some dude that was like, they're playing a game and the guy's like, well, technically, when the dice falls this way, you read this side of the dice because you guys never specify which side is up. And then, so now they have to write a half page of the rule book describing, how you read an actual dice after it's been rolled. So you just say chill, dude. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. We got that. Now, one of my ideas here. Let me see. Yeah, because those ones are like the curved ones. So yeah, I have other shoulder pads printing, and we're not going to put shoulder pads on these guys yet. So we're just gonna set them to the side because they are finished as far as I'm concerned at this moment. So I want to get out that other Centurion mini. Let's see if we can mess around with the Centurion. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta get this other box out. Alright, so we are going to put that sprue down and we're going to start on this guy again. Just get his instructions out so I'm clear once again. Actually need one of these sprues. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about this Sunday, but I really think the goal of that rulebook, how they worded that rulebook, is so they don't need another 20-page document describing, adding in like commentary on like how you deal with all these specific like niche situations. Like they try to cover that in the book itself. They did put out, I don't know if they talked about the Force organ or not, But yeah, they put out an FAQ already. You know, that's another thing we were talking about Sunday is I understand, like, you know, they put out an FAQ and blah blah blah, it's unprofessional or whatever to just not have that stuff in the book, but I think overall, I think the FAQ was a lot smaller than any of their other game FAQs they released day one. So the fact it's like a 2-page FAQ for the main rulebook and like 1 page for 3 of the 5 Weavers, that's pretty impressive from GW standards. I'm sure they will add more as time goes on, but not too bad. Yeah, 30k subreddits become garbage. I will go on there just to, like, look at people's cool painted minis. And that's about it. It is worthless for any kind of commentary in the actual game. Oh, really? That was that one, was that sub-banned, right? That was one with all the people, like, crying that girls shouldn't be in Warhammer or whatever. That's what that place was. Yeah. I figured. Yeah, it's fine if people don't like the game. Nothing wrong with that. But I've had about enough of the, like, weird rage bait from content creators and people screaming DLC every 20 minutes. Like, it's just annoying at this point. Hey, Cody, what's going on? I'm liking the new Marine models. They look great. The tactical Marines are the exact same assembly process as the Mark 6 and the Mark 3, so, you know, that's fine. I don't know if there's really any different opinion on them. They look good. I'm assembling my second Centurion. The first one's sitting right here. 1 second. I'll show it to you. So this is the first one I put together. He's on a temporary base here. Hey, Anton. Welcome back. So we added some little Thousand Sun pieces. I have to do a little bit of green stuff on him just because his cape is kind of wonky. Like, this mini is meant to be monopose. So, but I wanted to have my own thing. So I put some Thousand Suns themed bits and helmets and stuff on him. And, yeah, some of the cape up here, back here on the cape, and then a little bit underneath this, the crest piece. Yeah, just got some extra Centurion. We're putting together the second one. We're gonna change this one up a lot more. So put those. All right, we can put these legs on. So far, I've only assembled a few of the minis out of this set. I put the turret together on Sunday night. It's really cool. It's massive. It's a much bigger mini than you would think. Slight conversion. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some conversion work on this guy too. So what I'm doing on this guy, for his arms, we're going to take the arms off the regular Marine set. Just like this. And I'm also going to take these shoulder pads. We'll see if we use these shoulder pads. I could also take this this helmet here that is made to have a crest on it. We'll see if we use that one. I don't quite like the giant crest that came on on the actual Centurion mini. So we'll see. And I think he's relatively to scale with the other Marines, so that'll be good. Yeah, we can have him throwing a fireball or something. That'll be cool. We were to put this arm up, down. Okay, so that book won't work there, but we got a hand throwing some fire here. That's really cool. We got it doesn't quite look right with the angle of the hand. This one's got some cool, like, spirally energy. I don't think that one quite works. It's a pretty trippy, like, energy blast coming out of that. I like the throwing some magic. This one's cool because this one's like magically like creating a sword and throwing it. Yeah, messing with some kind of weird energy blast I think would be the way to go. Throwing a ball of energy out of that one. This one he's like summoning fire. Ridiculous. So yeah, let's figure out between these pieces we have and this other one. This hand, I think we can add a staff to the hand. I think that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, there's some cool stuff. I think I like this one. That moving down. We do have like these Ahriman, these kind of Ahriman-like spears here. It's even got these little like scarab pieces and stuff, but I'm afraid that this just looks too much like Ahriman's staff, and I don't want to like just like copy his mini. I kind of like the different staff that I got. Let's see here. But this one looks like. So that one. Too long. Let's see, man, that does look cool. Let's print out a whole bunch of weapons just to get an idea. And I do have like swords and axes and stuff, so don't like the sword. So okay, I think I'm going to stick with the staff. So we got those. There's nothing messing with this. The backpack should be good to go. And it's about figuring out the flames. Like what kind of magic. I kind of like this like lightning looking piece. I don't know if that's... Some ports on there. They come off, but... Yeah, just holding his staff and like zapping someone with lightning is really cool. Yeah, I think we'll do this big pointy. No, I want this little pointy one. Any longsword thousands? I do have one with longswords. My Legion champion, and yeah, he has a big Paragon blade. It was a 3D print. He's the Centurion that's like holding the blade up from the Age of Darkness box. And yeah, I swapped out his sword hand. Seems a bit off, but looks like the shoulder pad covers. Okay. I do have other shoulder pads. I can find something with something interesting on it. I got one. So I have these shoulder pads, and they have the Thousand Suns symbol. Then they have the different cult symbols in the or on the shoulder pad, which is really cool. Maybe I'll use those instead. We'll see. They didn't quite turn. They're not quite in the style of the new Mark II shoulder pads, so takes away from some of the cool factor from these shoulders. It's a good Pyre one. I think I might just have to rely on transfers on this guy. I'll just use these plastic ones. We'll just do transfers. We'll get this backpack out here. Cody, you working on anything fun lately? Any good projects? Could just glue them onto the base real quick. Giant one though. Let's see. I got a smaller one around. No, I don't. All right, we'll just use this one. It's fine. Some of these parts. We'll come back then. New LGS. There. Interesting. Okay. That's crazy. Is that the store I haven't been to yet? Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah. That's pretty funny, honestly, but yeah, that sucks. Starting tabs on drinks. To buy before opening a drink. No exception. Oh, weird. That's lame. That's annoying. Get in the groove will perish. Yeah, definitely. That store's been around for a couple years. I don't know how well it's doing. I've never been there, but it's too far out of my way. Okay, so we got that staff. We're gonna use this hand here for some magic because we're Thousand Suns things. Yeah, that one employee is tired of the Warhammer losers asking him questions. He wants the magic losers to ask him questions because he knows the answers to those. Okay, we got those pieces. Yes, we got him like throwing stuff. Yes, that's exactly what he's casting. I cast Be Nice to Me. Yeah. That's a great spell. Yep. Alright, let's see. In these two, they're almost exactly the same, so it doesn't matter.
space.
Wow.
You can see all your new stuff.
Yep. There's a lot of new stuff everywhere. Okay. This piece here. Be able to fit right in there. Little rest piece here. Requires some gap filling that we'll get to eventually. And again, if we look at this helmet, looks a little. I don't like how giant that crest is on there. Looks too goofy. Next thing we need to do, let's see, piece 13 goes on that hand. We're gonna put these wrist guards on.
Look at me!
Ooh, where am I looking? What's going on? And whips? Alright. Check in a moment here. Clean out underneath this. It's okay, my dodgy camera. Yeah, it's no problem. So I think what I'm gathering from these kits here in the Saturnine box is you can assemble them in the kind of monopose way that they are, or you can go the hobby route, and it's, I don't want to say it's necessarily easy, but it's relatively straightforward with how you remove pieces to change things up. So like that's all good. Oh, nice. Getting the despoilers together. Love it. Love it. You got the World Eater shoulder pads and stuff. Look good, man. Yeah, good stuff. It's just a full print, isn't it? Yeah, looking good. Looking good, Judge Dave. You said you have 30 of those you're working on? Not trolled no one yet? Alright, alright. Ooh, extra little wrist guards to add something to the mini. What kind of helmet do we want to use? Don't look too crazy. I like the little extra eyepiece there. Let me see what else we got. Any different? Doesn't have the skull on the top of it. This guy has a crest. Is a better looking crest, but that blocks a lot of this. I kind of like the crest though on this guy. I think I'm going to use this one. 1 second, guys. All right, let's see here. Now that I look at it more, I don't like it. These helmets are very like front heavy. stick out a lot. I don't think I necessarily like that. Better when they're up further, but I think maybe we look for something. Rampagers. By 10 man to spoilers, riders, 2 contemptors. Okay, okay. Seems like a cool list. Got my like bits box here. I'm going through. I don't know. He's marked. Written down somewhere. All right, nice. You know, I wonder. I'm not going to use this helmet on anything else. I cut this piece off. See if this looks completely horrible. Let's increase the cost of the thralls. Yeah, the thralls are more in line with their first edition cost, with them being like 3 points each, and in second edition was pretty insane. Even a lot better. I mean, toughness 5 objective holders is really good. Yeah, with nothing there, it doesn't look super good. Alright. I think we're on to using another one of these guys. We can do... You know what? If some creator out there comes out with some good Mark II helmets before I paint this guy, wouldn't be against just popping his head off. And swapping it out. I know if I sit down with a pen and paper, I can write out a list and like figure it out, but I just don't feel like doing that. I used to do it all the time, but just I'm just waiting for an app to come out. I got points. No, writing out like army lists. Like, I have no idea, like, what kind of army I would take in, like, a starting 3rd edition lists. Yeah, nah, it's fine. You send them out of sight and on an objective, and they just get you points. That's all they're there for. You can, isn't there there's a prime advantage you can get that gives them, like, an extra wound and toughness and everything? Like, Mechanicum have some pretty crazy things. Not saying that Thralls are necessarily one of the good parts about their list, but the way the Mechanicum list building works is crazy. You can just get, like, whole detachments that are just, like, six of the same thing, and they're all prime slots. Which is just crazy. That is a crazy amount of prime slots, and you can fill them with, like, really cool stuff. You don't get it yet? You, like, don't understand it, or you just haven't gotten there? Okay. So that guy. Okay, next thing, I have this little container here, and I have some old try to get these things. We'll put you guys in that container. Okay, none of that stuff really works. I do have this 3D printed little, like, half cape. It goes with, like, the sorcerer. Will it fit? Ah, it does. Very Zinchy. We're not doing that. We're keeping this dude without a cape. Let me see if I got some parts real quick. Works the same. Yeah, the list builders are still, like, in beta too, and they don't have a lot going on with them, so you don't really get a clear picture of what's going on. Alright, be right back. Alright. Just trying to go through some more 3D printed parts. I found a couple of, like, books and scrolls. Can glue books and scrolls onto things. Oops, sorry for wussies, yeah. Could put a book hanging from this guy. This sitting here. I want to leave room for the Thousand Suns. Like, I want to put some pieces that just kind of hang. I don't currently have any of those printed, and I do have some printing right now. But I guess the lesson here is I just need more random accoutrement printed. My Thousand Suns at any given time. From his belt. It's behind him. That's too much. Little scrolls are another good thing. Stick out a lot though. This mini is a Centurion. Yeah. This is my second Centurion. So the first one, here's the first one. With a cape and everything. And this one I changed up. I gave him different arms and shoulder pads. I took off the, I took away the cape, so he's got a cool staff and everything. Yeah, thanks. This mini's pretty good. It's, you can customize it if you chop away some things, but like the shoulder pads have to have the cape on them because the way they're molded. The right arm, the back of the right arm has a big notch out of it, and even the cape itself has a notch that's specifically made for the weapon that comes with the Centurion, which is unfortunate. So I'm gonna have to green stuff that cape a bit just to try to get rid of some of that like gross mold issue, sculpting issue. Hang that book just like that. He's got his book. And like I said, some transfers. I didn't like the prints that I currently have for shoulder pads, so I'm printing more, and they should be about done. We're done sometime this afternoon. So we'll work on those. But that guy's pretty close to being done. You don't need to mess around with that crest. Kind of how that crest goes on there. We'll do that. But yeah, I like the staff. I have lots of cool like weapons, but I don't think there's any point in giving squad sergeants melee weapons anymore, so I'm not even going to bother with the Mark IIs. So the sergeants are just going to be normal guys with different helmets and maybe white shoulder pads. I think that might just be how it turns out. Okay. Take these all off here. I might make a couple, like one or two, like cool veteran sergeant looking minis with some cool weapons. But they'll specifically be like a prime advantage, like master sergeant, something like that. Okay, let's put this down. It's something else to work on. Do we start on the Dread? I think maybe we start on the Dreadnought. Where is this Dreadnought? Those are the Terminators. There's the dreadnought. Get you out here. And just to check. Here's the augury scanner, and that's the Nuncio Vox. Okay, we have some different weapons on here, different options. Oh, I was gonna make one of these Centurions with a Power Fist, but that's okay. Maybe we'll make a different Centurion with a Power Fist or something sometime. I was gonna see what this arm looked like on these guys. That would have been really cool. But it's alright. Let's get this dreadnought. It's something I need to do. I haven't yet finished painting this base. Let's get some of these minis down here. Okay. 37A is where we're starting. Let's get these things together here. Okay, a little more organized. No, it's not 30. It's not 30. I'm 23, 24, and 10. Look at these sprues. Guys, the toes are like three pieces each. Look at this. Ridiculous. Okay. What did we say? 23, 24. Right here. Okay. Just starting at 23, 24. Yeah, alright. And then 10. 10 is a little tiny piece. There it is. Okay. Whole page is just one leg. Oh wow, okay. Alright, well, let's work on leg number 1. So then something I realized looking for STLs, especially for upgrade bits for all this stuff, is you have to search on the weekends. So a lot of times they'll post stuff on the weekends and then take it down like Monday morning. I believe it's because the legal team, the GW legal team, doesn't work on weekends. Yeah, because they're not in the office. Yeah, so they're not reporting stuff. Yeah, but hey, if it works. Okay, 11 and 12, and it says make 2 of them. 11, 12, 11, 12. Okay. Can you choose multiple sub-factions? Um... The Mechanicum rules are really weird. There's like a yes and a no. I think overall, though, if you're picking a sub-faction like Cybernetica or whatever, I don't think you do different sub-factions. It's kind of weird. It's really hard to explain without like sitting down and looking at the actual rule and reading it. I think when you choose an army, you choose like, like I want to make a Cybernetica army. And then you get the bonuses for Cybernetica units, but you can still choose the others in different detachments. But you don't get the bonuses for that. Solar Auxilia rule is much more like clear and concise, but I think they work very similarly. Where the Solar Auxilia, it's like I choose mechanized cohort. So all of my vehicles can move 4 inches and count as stationary. But I can still take all the infantry units. I just don't get any like extra rules for having infantry. But I still need, like the Tercio like line command squad to unlock the line Tercio detachment and stuff like that. You just don't get like the 2 detachments per command like you would if you took like the Ultramar cohort. And I think the way the Mechanicum rules work is in each detachment, they all have to be the same like keyword. So you can't take Cybernetica with a different one in a particular detachment. But you can take different detachments of different things. And Mechanicum also have weird rules about allies, where you can ally with other Mechanicum factions that might be able to get the bonuses for the other things. I don't remember. Let's see. Okay, cool. So that just goes on there. Alright, so just one of these goes there. And that's all it is. Okay, cool. 25 and 26. There's 25, there's 26. Okay. 5 goes on the left. 26 on the right. Go like back like this. Now at some point I'm gonna have to be careful because I need to bend the leg, and that might be the place where I do that. That fits on there. This is the front of the leg, I believe. So this one I don't think we do this process with. Because this leg, we're going to make this base. The idea is this leg is here and the other leg is up. Yeah, and I think these are the little tabs that you cut to be able to do that, just right here. So you can shift them in a different position. Maybe. Seem like they rotate too much. It may have been just this piece in general that needs to move, but regardless, I think this leg, I think we're fine to put together as is. Okay. A 15. This piece fits down here, just like that. All right, 27. This side we'll get 28 and 29 out also. I'm gonna stream about another 40 or so minutes. 40, 45 minutes. It's right there. I think this mini is going to be a bit of a challenge to get it posed how I want. But hoping it looks cool when it's all said and done. Yeah, it is cool. It's an option. Yeah. Like I said, I think most of this set is like monopose minis that are this weird like pseudo like expert, if you want to do the things with them you can, and it's gonna take like a YouTube guide, or you know, some just a lot of like thinking through and adjusting. But they seem weirdly like hobbyist friendly in that sense. Okay. We got that part of the leg. All right, we want a 33, not a 34. A 34 looks really bad. So a 33. Got the other a 33 as well. Ourselves a minute or two in the future. If I can get these legs posed and put together and everything, I'll be real happy today. It's right in there. Okay. Turn it around to get a 30, 31, 22, 32. Okay. 22 is like this little weird bit right here. Another little flashlight they could have put on me. 30 through 32 then. There's 32. There's 30. It's 31. Okay. Okay, so piece number 30. It's right in there. Yeah, that's like the hydraulics. That's cool. so we can bend that leg more. It's right in that little... there. Just like that. This will fit. All along right there. That is first page done for the assembly of this mini. So let's set you to the side. And let's get the other one out. So this is piece, I'm assuming 8 and 9. It is 8, 9, 10. And this is the one we're going to be making some cuts on. We got to figure out how we're going to pose this leg, and there's a couple options I'm seeing. Doesn't look like this changes at all, though. Put a piece in between. Meeting in 10. Alright, Zen, you have a good one, man. Oh, come on. Go. That's together. Because this tab might be a piece that we cut. There might be one. Because how that goes on. No, that looks like that stays where it is. And it's the next pieces. So we already have this piece. So if we say this piece stays here, what'll happen is it'll be the other pieces that kind of slide down. Like that's the knee on it. Let's cut some things out and try to figure it out here. Look at A14 and A13. We'll see if we can't get a good gauge on what we need to do before we start cutting and gluing things. think what we want is the ability for this to move. They would normally sit like this, but because of how we're going to glue this leg in, we want these to come down here. They came down here a bunch. They just sat right up against there. Open pieces, but we also have those armor panels. Would kind of sit. Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look. Piece I want to check is A15. I want to see how that sits in the leg. As I drop it onto the carpet. Okay. Can I stop dropping this? Oh no, can't find the piece. Hold on a second, guys. Alright, it was sitting back in my chair. Okay, anyway. What we do with this, we want, because normally this is up here, we want it to come down this way. Just hang. Yeah, I think that's where we need to make the cut. Is right here on these little nubs right here. We're gonna go for it. Okay, and we'll see if I've completely ruined what I've wanted to do or not. Bring that all the way down. Glue this other piece. If I could stop dropping pieces, it would be nice. Piece fits right there. So this is a little too low. We can rotate it up a little bit. We'll have it set right there. That's already kind of stuck in there, isn't it? Right down at the edge like that. Hope that that is enough of a change. So let's get a 16, 17, 18. I feel like this piece may have been a good one to adjust as well. I would have adjusted both of them, but no, that would have exposed that too much. That might have been kind of wonky looking. We'll check it out. Worst case scenario, I pull this piece up, I cut the tab, and then I shift that down some. Still works. How wide these legs are going to be, but we'll see. We will see. All right, piece 33. We got that cut out already. real estate on the base is looking scarce, so. All right, 19, 20, 21, 22. $20. Okay, get those pieces. Still fits. Cool, a little bit of trimming down on that back piece there. Just trying to dry fit everything and make sure it all works. Okay, where's that weird little nub piece? There it is. My fingers can't even fit in there. Oh no. Okay. We'll get the hip armor here. Okay, then we have both legs. Both legs done. Work. That'll probably work. Sit up higher. Okay, cool. A couple goals I have are to, the main one is just to like make this look like he's actually stepping on the base. And I'm not quite sure, you know, like how high that is, like how high his leg has to go, but I need his like toes to like wrap around the base and everything. Like it's got to all look convincing. Okay, 35, 36. Am I just doing this all twice? Yeah, okay, I'm doing this all twice. All right. Six. I know there's more cutting to do when it comes to the toes. They slot in really easy, right into where they belong. But you have to cut the tabs if you want them to be posable, to move around. Okay, these get glued on right there. Nice. Am I doing this wrong? See you. Wait, I literally just had this. That's because I'm gluing the bottom of it, not the top. That's why. There we go. Flip it over. It's fine. It's the bottom of a foot. You don't need to worry about stop sticking to my finger. All right. It's like, why isn't this fitting? There we go. Let's first try. Okay, we need 2, 3, 4. So we'll put you guys, the feet over there. 40, 41. It's 140. Where's the other 40? There's 40. 41. Okay. We'll keep these in some separate piles while we're clipping things out. So that's our 40, 41. Okay, 44, 45, 44, and 45. Okay. 44 and 45. Okay, and then 42, 43, we have a bunch of those. All right, first thing, glue the halves of the toes together. And I'm thinking, now that I'm sitting here kind of pondering what I'm doing, I think I actually don't glue all these toes onto the feet yet. I think I do that after I have the hip together.
Every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your mind.
Hey, Ohana Hobby Workshop, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? How's your stream? What kind of stuff you working on? Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're assembling the Saturnine box right now, just taking our time, trying to figure out how we're going to pose this dreadnought. Because it is very posable, but you have to do a lot of extra work to make it happen. So I'm not quite sure what that entails. I did have someone in my local group kind of give me a rundown on what to do, but otherwise, not totally sure. Trying to figure it out as we go. Those 2 feet, those 2 feet. Let's get these 4 toes. Let's get these 4 toe pieces going. We're going to wait on the toes because we need the hip pieces to understand how exactly these things stand up, and maybe we just assemble one of the feet so we have an even better idea of the height. It's a good idea, and we'll do our one that we need to mess with will be kind of the last part that we do in that stage. Okay, so we have the toes together, we have the feet pieces. That's all good. Let's move on. And I believe this is the hip. Goes on there. Yes, great. Okay, cool. 3 pieces, all numbered 46. Today, if I get to a point. Oh, we're almost at 3 o'clock, aren't we? Maybe we'll get these hips together. I might be streaming again tonight. An hour or 2 trying to work on this dreadnought. I think that's what we'll do. Alright, these are all the same. Dome piece. Okay, what's next? 47. 47 is right here. I'm excited for the possibility of this mini. Wait, no, it goes this way. It sits in just like that, right? Yes. Okay. There we go. And now we're finally at A1 and A2. Here's A2. One. We're still like working on the first sprue here. A4 is next. It's right here. And that piece sits on top just like that. Right. 3 and 5. Five right there. There's number 3. There it is. Okay. Having a lot of fun working on these minis in general. They look good. These are some fantastic looking minis. Let's see, the Praetor will be a cool one. We're going to do some extra stuff with him. And the actual Terminators, the Saturnine Termies, I am not sure when I'm gonna assemble them. I'm gonna wait until either or until either we see the rules for, which is 6 and 7, yeah, the rules for the new Terminators in the next journal and how they function between the command squad and the unique Thousand Suns Saturnine stuff, or until I can find some cool files to make them unique. But, you know, I don't want to assemble them with disintegrators and then the arcana they get is like, you know, all your blast weapons do this, and then it's worthless. So. piece. This piece. Okay, and then yeah, they glue here in a very specific manner. I know this notch I'm going to cut. Almost positive I'm going to cut. Yeah, because it's a bent leg, but it's not. There's not much to it. What I need to do, let's see. Hey, an amazing base in progress. Yeah, we're working on it. We need to move this up like this. So I think we cut that tab. Make it so he's stepping on that now like that maybe. Yeah, so this, I know for a fact this is going to need cut. Go ahead, get rid of that so we can freely rotate this base or this leg how we wish. Yeah, it's really easy to magnetize. What I am working on right now is just trying to pose the Mini. And I want him stepping on the tank. So the last thing I have to do with this particular piece, though, is that the direction it goes? Yes, it is. Not sure exactly angle that's supposed to glue in there, but those are supposed to be glued in there. Yeah, we've been if you want to catch the VOD afterwards, I've been kind of learning the process of like what to cut, what not to cut, to pose the legs and everything. Yeah, because this one is it's a little more difficult to pose, but I think it's more posable. It just kind of comes in a like a standard format. It's like the two longer feet stick in there. Let's put this one foot together and then we'll call it for the day. Okay, guys. Let's see. 37 sides, 39 in the back. Okay. Does it have those metal pole shock absorbers? A regular? No, I don't think it does. Well, actually, it does have little ones in the very back of the Mini. It's almost like a Knight. Like, you know, Knights have like the hydraulics, and they, yeah, they have those like the hydraulics like behind their knees and stuff. That's kind of what it has. Yeah, these ones are really easy. I didn't mess with the hydraulic pieces at all. They fit right in where they needed to when I bent the leg. Yeah, just the piece that I bent, it was kind of obvious. But yeah, it's all shoved up in there. You can't see it now because of how it's covered. But here, you can just see up there. This is the standard pose for the leg. You could just see in there by the time you cover everything. Yeah, but I bent it at this piece, so you see the exposed kind of, you know, ribbing material. So you're in the front, you're in the back. You two are on the side. Okay. So let's glue these pieces down. Been a great mini to assemble though, so far. No no real complaints. I've been saying this with these minis from what I've kind of caught here. I've assembled the Centurion, 2 copies of that Mark II Centurion, and working on this Dread, and there's like the Arachnos I assembled, where these minis are monopose, but they are definitely like made to be like messed with. You just need to cut and repurpose pieces. So it's kind of obvious, like where Games Workshop added a little tab to where maybe you where it kind of like fits the standard way of how they go together. Pointed part in the front, okay. But as long as you mess with that tab, you rearrange that tab, then you can do whatever you want. And there's a lot of minis like that. Whoops. Get in there. Someone to make me paint it. Yeah. Hey, if you hang out and stream, I stream 4 days a week. Normally here Tuesday through Thursday. I won't be streaming on Thursday this week, but and also Sunday nights. But I might stream again tonight to continue assembling this one. But if you want someone to hang out with while you're assembling minis, only stop by. Alright, so we got that foot. What we want to do, we want to pose this foot so it sits flat enough here. We want to get this idea of where does this mini belong? How does this mini sit up here? So we're going to have something like this, I think, and we can also like move this out to the side a bit. That's going to have to be higher. Put it more toward the front of the gun also. We can turn it this way. Your resin prints of explode. Oh, cool, very cool. That's our deadly print. Nice. Oh, that's too bad. Move over this way a bit. Kind of like he's just walking past. Come down here. It says came out of the tab, or the toe came out of the tab, didn't it? I think that might be our play, like right there. Something like that. So we'll stick with that. I think what we're gonna do, business trips. Oh, cool. All right. I appreciate that. WK83 Moninsta. You pronounce that? Yeah. Well, hopefully. try to be on tonight. Make it a point to get on and do some more mini assembly. But yeah, we got quite a bit done. The Dreadnought is the next big thing. I'm excited to continue on. These feet are like, that's like the difficult part of this whole process. So I'm going to organize this, but they are relatively organized with how the I like the top plates go on the feet, so we'll keep that over there. But yeah, I'll be back on probably tonight. I want to keep assembling this mini, so we'll be doing that. But I think for today, I'm going to call it there. I'm going to get myself something to eat, and yeah, go get ready for everybody to get home from the family. So thank you guys for joining. WK, thank you for coming to hang out. And yeah, if I see you again tonight, it'd be great. We chill. Ask me any kind of questions you want about these minis. I'll show off some of the stuff I got. If there's anything you want to see or want to know about, my army or the edition or that kind of stuff, by all means, come in with questions. I do love answering questions. But what time is it? Maybe in the next, I'd say maybe like 6 hours from now or so. I'm in Eastern Daylight Time Zone, so the Midwest US is where I am. So it's currently 3:07 p.m. for me. Yep. T-Slayer, I will see you. Yeah, see you next time, man. But you guys have a wonderful afternoon, and hopefully I will see you all this evening. 9 p.m. for you. Okay, you're 6 hours. So you're in Europe then. Yeah, it'll be nice and early for you if I'm on. But I'll be on tomorrow afternoon, which will be tomorrow evening for you as well. So, but yeah, you guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you all later. Bye, everybody.